Tere hommikust, kallid külalised,
Good
osalejad,
morning,
kõik
dear
partnerid, tere
guests,
tulemast siia
participants.
Narva Museumi Narva linnusesse,
Welcome to Narva Castle, where we are going to have the finishing conference of a very important project. Speaking as a citizen of Narva, we are very lucky to have such a grand castle here, and the objective of the Narva Museum is not just to renovate it, but also to make everything possible to get many more tourists here. And for that purpose, this project was undertaken 8 years ago. Thank you to all our partners, thank you to all the participants in this project, and to all of you who have made an input in order to make this project successful. On today's conference, we have speakers who are all very closely connected with this project, and they will speak about what they have found and what they have achieved. And we will start by giving the floor to the representatives of this program.
Representatives of the program, so you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for us as the representatives of the Estonian EU External Border Program to open the final conference of the Narva Museum's Project DR3 here today and welcome you to the historical Narva Castle. Today is all about the discussion and celebration of the achievements of the project, to express gratitude to everybody who has participated and supported the implementation of the project. It has definitely been a challenging and exciting journey.
Good morning from my side, and I want to return a little bit back and tell about large infrastructure project, this which started in September 2019. And it lasts already more than 50 months. And during this time, I can tell that there were a lot of challenges that influenced the process of project implementation and required many adjustments. But at the same time, this project, I would say, was full of surprises and archaeological treasures that were found in the Western Wall. And also, with this project, there was added a new activity which was not foreseen in the project before. It's staircase, which was built from this southern wall and goes to the promenade area. And for the program side, it means that this staircase symbolically unites two large infrastructure projects that were implemented in the program and gives some input to the area. And supervising this project, I would like to say that for me it was personally a very educative journey from the human perspective and from historical as well. And I would like to thank you, the project team, for this interesting work, and I think that it will continue for some time when the project will report and everything. And I'm very happy that the project that we have this project.
And hello from my side. I have this honor to conclude our welcome words, and I would like to speak about people, because this castle, it's a treasure, but it's an empty building if there are no people. And I would like to wish this castle the same devoted people like all people working in this project, always having new ideas, always seeing perspective of new development. And of course, if these people will work here in the castle, you will have a lot of visitors, you will have new tourists, and this is what we wish for the castle. New treasures, very devoted people working in the castle, and a lot of visitors.
Thank you very much for the words, suured tänud teile. Ja nüüd me räägime siis sellest projektist.
And now let's speak about this project, different phases, stages of it, the challenges, and also how have we got to this where we are now. And I would like to give the floor to Maria Smorzhevsky-Smirnova, who is the member of the board of the Foundation of Narva Museum. Dear guests, partners, colleagues, I am very happy to welcome you all here on this conference organized by Narva Museum, because this is where we make the summary of this long-term project, and we have a chance to speak about our challenges but also discoveries. Thank you for coming here, and I'm going to start with the challenges. During 2016-2023, we had a major restoration project carried out underway on the territory of Narva Castle, and it was supported by the European Regional Development Fund and the Ministry of Culture of Estonia. It was already 2007 when we started the renovation with the castle, and at that time holistic renovation program was envisaged. And according to that program, we wanted to develop Narva Castle to be a multifunctional complex. The history of Narva Castle is more than 700 years long, and it preserves traces of many epochs and events. And every epoch has left something to the town, but also to the surrounding landscape. And during the centuries, it was mostly a convent which housed the soldiers, a small number of them, but later the whole garrison. They didn't leave much behind themselves, but we know that there was a continuous construction work going on the territory of the castle. And when we started this restoration project in 2016, it was very ambitious, it was complicated and exciting. It meant that we had to have an analytical view on what has been done before, and our objective was to do the restoration on the highest quality level. Up to February 2022, it was an international project which was carried out in the framework of a cross-border project together with the Ivangorod Castle. During the centuries, both castle on the Narva side and also the Ivangorod, they became a very strong complex. In 1612 to 1918 and later 1920 to 1944. In the beginning, one of the main ideas or objectives of the project was something that is also revealed in the name of the initial project, which was cross-border project, joint project to develop mutual cultural ties. And the concept was one of the main phases in this cross-border project, starting from February 2022, when Russia started the full-fledged war in Ukraine. The cooperation with Russian side stopped, and the resources which were originally meant for the Russian side were considered to be used in Estonia. And the aim of the restoration at that time was to restore the damage done to the castle during the Second World War. It is painful to see today that history is still repeating itself, and that Russia, the neighbor, has become an aggressor. And that means that this unique complex of the castle was damaged in the Second World War. We know that bigger part of the castle was damaged practically to the ruins, and only outside walls were there. During the first after-war period, the damage was stopped by conservation, but preparation started for restoring Narva Castle in 1950s. But the restoration as such was implemented from 1968. As 1980s, by the end of the 1980s, the Hermann Tower was restored, the western and southern flank of the convent was restored, and that was a very important phase. And then now this western courtyard and crystal wall, semi-bastion, was also restored. We also discovered a medieval tower which was cleaned, but as a matter of fact, the buildings themselves were not restored in the way they were in 1944. Many of these buildings were not restored at all. And despite the fact, the restoration on the territory of the castle in 1968 were considered to be finished. And according to the view of the architects of that period, the restored Narva Castle had to remind the period of the Teutonic Order and the Livonian period in our history. The understandings about the functionality of different rooms, it was connected with the orders, Teutonic Orders period. In 1980s, at the end of the 80s, this was the usual approach to renovation. In 1987, the castle was opened to people. And at that time, it was like a new landmark. The castle became a museum. Before the Second World War, Narva Museum was located in the old town in two neighboring houses, in Peter the Great's house and in Lavretsov house. But both of these houses, they had the same fate as the whole town of Narva, which means that as a result of the bombing raid, it was just walls that were left. And at the end of the 90s, at the end of 1950s, the local government decided to tear down even these remaining walls. In 1949, the first evacuees, the exposition on Narva Museum started to return to the town. But now, when the museum was started on the territory of Castle, it was practically in the middle of ruins, in the former garrison building, which was built in the 19th century. And by the north wall, this was the only building which remained from the bombing raid untouched. And 1950 to 1986, it was the home of the museum. But the exhibits were kept there for a little bit longer time even. In 1995, the garrison sauna building was taken down because it didn't match the medieval castle's image. Today, this sort of approach is questionable. But in 1990s, there were different approaches that were accepted by restorers of ancient buildings. And it meant that there was a major analytical and investigation work done. And that's when new things were also discovered. And 10 years later, the next step was taken, and the northern courtyard of the castle became a place for different handicraftmen's workshops, and that was a reference to the 16th and 17th centuries. And the visitors could make a trip back into history, into the Swedish period, starting from 2007, when, thanks to the European funding, we started to have new possibilities. The museum has written several applications for funding, and there were several rooms and buildings which were waiting for renovation. And at the end of the 80s, we also wanted to change the permanent exhibition of the museum, because the times had changed and it was clear that it was too outdated. In 2012, the Narva Museum became a foundation, and that was very important because it increased our possibilities to get funding in a much easier way and to participate in bigger projects. And we also got additional support from the government, for whom the development of the border town was strategically important. And 2015, the project was won by Architectural Bureau JVR, and in 2016 we got the funding from the European Regional Development Fund, and that was a long step taken towards the realization of our long-term goals. And we also got the new permanent exposition into our museum, and also the semi-bastion crystal wall and the western courtyard. The restoration of the convent building started 2019, and the new exposition was started in summer 2020. Yeah, right after COVID. And this new exposition draws a very delicate border between restoration and rebuilding. And we can show different epochs, and the exposition is also an emotional dialogue with the visitor. And it offers also an alternative to those usual narratives. It is possible to read the text, but also to listen, and the exhibits themselves are shown in a very emotional way, and they enable the visitor to go in depth into history. And in winter, the museum started also work in the western courtyard. In 2021, in spring, we restored the northern wall, which up to then was in a dangerous state. At the same time, we also started the preparations for a holistic restoration of the western courtyard, and it's a very spacious area. We had archaeological diggings, all sorts of trenches were made in casemates, and the moat slope. It was important to sort through the debris in order to find the stones which had long been on the territory of the castle. But then finally we smelt also the manure, which was very typical to medieval castles. And it appeared that it was the 17th century layer of surface. And then all those surprising findings came out. And we found a building which had vaulted ceiling, and it was grain storage originally. This building was cleaned, and different options for the future function of it were weighed, but it was still decided that the building would be conservated because it was obvious that the original funding was not enough to do it properly. But luckily, the there were no collapses of the walls, though we were using very heavy transportation, but the vaulting was still holding. Nobody was injured. And a very thorough conservation work of the walls of this building gives us also possibilities for the future renovation. And all the work that were not envisaged in the original project were connected with the western wall. And that's exactly where the stone floor ceiling was located. In 2021, in autumn, the museum ordered an expert opinion. And it appeared that in 1970s, the beams, wooden beams, were placed, but it wasn't done properly. And that's why the wall was in a damaged state and stones were falling down. And because of that, additional work had to be done. And it wasn't just the upper layer of stones that had to be replaced, but also the wooden beams. It is obvious that all these unexpected works that we had to do, about which we didn't know anything before that, it influenced the time table of the works. And we didn't want to risk the quality of the work done. Here we can also explain about that decision that the stone plates which were earlier located on the western wall, they have to be exhibited now. As until then they were in a very unfavorable location under rain and wind. And this is why these big stone plates had to be removed to another place, and in cooperation with the Heritage Conservation Board, we decided that the best possible way to do was to bring these plates under the roof and fix them on the wall in the position that was proposed by the restorers. And that would also give the possibility to visitors to see them in the best possible way. And even as such state of their being, they still give a good idea of what they used to be. At that time, it was also decided that the statue of Lenin must be moved to a different place. There were monuments raised in honor of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin all over Estonia, and such massive sculptures of Lenin were standing in the middle of the cities. And one of the first ones was demounted from its original place and brought to the territory of the castle. So the original statue was in 1957, but it was on the 19th of December 1993 when, from the original place, the statue of Lenin was brought to the castle. And though it was totally out of place considering the concept of the castle, it was still there for 29 years. And all during that period, of course, it caught a lot of attention of tourists and photographers, and very often these were utmost curious photos taken. And some people came to the castle on purpose to come to that monument to place flowers. And as a rule, it was done twice per year. It was the birthday of Lenin in April, and then the anniversary of the October Revolution in November. And last year we decided to remove the statue. It took place on the 21st of December, which was exactly 29 years from the day it was brought there. Though it should have done much earlier, at least we can say that a new page in history was turned. In 2016, the project that was started, it was meant as a major investment into cross-border cooperation to develop castles on both sides, but the end of this project ended on a very complicated period. First, the COVID pandemics, and then the full-fledged war started by Russia in Ukraine. And that meant that cooperation in whatever way was stopped with Russia. And also the transit tourists didn't come here anymore, and the town was closed for Russian tourists. And it is possible that the border will also close totally, will be closed. So this originally very beautiful project had to start treating the wounds created by the Second World War. Next year, we are going to commemorate a very sad event, 80 years from the bombing of Tallinn. And it was when the Soviet army practically destroyed one of the most beautiful Baroque towns in Europe. Our project ends at the time when the border between Narva and Ivangorod is again very clear, and these two castles are located in two absolutely different worlds. Narva Museum has no doubts that this very important project draws more attention to history from which we have so much to learn. So not just the town, it's the town which welcomes the sunrise first in Estonia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria. Are there any questions to Maria? I'm not quite sure whether we have time. Well, there's always time for one question. If there aren't any at the moment, don't forget to interact during the coffee breaks and after the conference. I have a quick question. Maria, this last major project, what's the most important thing in your opinion? Well, that we have restored many things here in the buildings, and we have a wonderful exhibition, not just in this tall Hermann Tower and the convent building, but also in the Kristerval Bastion, and we have an opportunity to walk around the Kristerval Bastion. That's the first time ever. Thank you very much. A round of applause to Maria. We shall move on with our program. So we are closing the project, and Jüri Moor, the project manager, will give us an overview. Good morning to everyone listening. You have probably seen this slide. Maria showed it to you. And the title of the program is here on the slide in English, so all the activities took place during this project. So the entire cake of the project has many slices. So when we are sitting here in this room, which was completed slightly earlier, it was a different project that the EU supported. So the project is called ER3, and originally it had a much longer name. And I have listed in English all of the activities here. And as Maria mentioned, the project was initially started to enhance cooperation between the two castles and have the investments made. So the partners of the project were the Narva Museum Foundation and the Leningrad Oblast Museum's agency. And the original plan was to complete the project in 36 months, 3 years. But as you can see, it took a lot longer. We can say that the people who are responsible are present here in this room today. They are people who we can, so to say, to blame. And we have been able to complete the project despite all the difficult complications. The COVID pandemic was already mentioned. Well, we had to close the museum as well. Doors were closed. People were not able to come to work. I also came down with COVID, and I know that most of my team as well at some point were ill, but we all came out feeling stronger. And the final date of the project is the 31st of December 2023, so we have 1 more month left. I'm very sorry to say, actually, that today the weather threw a huge blanket of snow on top of everything, so you can't see everything with your own eyes outside because everything is covered by snow, but you can look at the photographs. But I hope you'll be inspired to come back in the spring when everything will be for you to see. We are not planning to have a major sort of an opening event because we don't have a permit, usage permit yet. But hopefully by the end of this year we will receive this permit and everything will be open to the general public. This is our budget. These are the numbers that we worked with. So there are 4 columns. I didn't put more columns. Those involved in the program know that if we'd listed all of the amendments, then this columns would run along the walls because we've had 15 different amendments. But 2, 3 major changes that we had to make. So those amendments in the middle of 2020, it appeared that we can receive more funding, which would improve things and make it more likely that we can actually, complete the project, because the COVID pandemic, it was a major blow to the construction sector. Prices went up, they went sky high. And the different sites across Estonia have had the same issues. Another known example is the National Library in Tallinn, which at first was planned to be restored with 54 million euros, and now the cost is around 91 million already. So we had similar financial issues that we had to struggle with, but during the construction works, we didn't get any extra funding. But those plus increases that you see, the lower row, is the extra money that we did actually get, and we have been able to complete extra things with the help of this funding. This budget shows you the entire budget for Narva. So actually the total budget for the 2 castles on both sides of the border was higher. But as cooperation with Russia stopped, then I'm actually not going to go into the Russia figures. And I'm not going to share much of the information because the costs were about 225,000 or so that sort of we couldn't use. But as I said, we were lucky. I have no pointer, I believe, but I'm going to show you this plus 518,000. We were one of the few projects that, so to say, took the money away from the partner, or at least some of this money. And thanks to this 500,000, we were able to build this staircase that was already mentioned by the previous speakers. And this is then the cross-border project, the Narva Promenade and the Joaoru recreational area being connected to the Narva Castle, which well, hasn't existed. If you wanted to get from the castle to Joaoru or vice versa, you had to go around 1 kilometer. Well, normally this would take 10 meters if you don't get dizzy. But moving on from the financial figures, I'm not going to list them here, but this is the total budget. So the total cost would have been higher, and this would have been the contribution of the Russian Federation, but that number went down. So these are the main activities that we have completed. So the most important part of the project is that with the funding of the project, we have completed the technical design of the Western Yard, the Northern Wall, the Kristerval Bastion, all the different types of projects, expert work has been completed. Supervisory work, archaeological excavations, authors, supervision, so all of the walls have been restored. We've done archaeological work, and we will hear about the archaeological excavations. We have experts who were involved. The casemates of the Kristerval Bastion, we have a design for the exhibition there. Because when we started with the procurement, then we didn't at first know what the exhibitions inside the Kristerval Bastion will exactly look like. And at the same time, we were then designing this exhibition. We also have participated at tourism fairs. I'm just going to jump back here to the numbers. So you can see the row travel and accommodation. So one of our project activities would have been the networking with our neighboring partner, and since that part dropped out, then we didn't have any joint events with the Russian Federation, so the Narva Museum was able to use this funding to participate at tourism fairs and introduce ourselves to new markets, because as Maria said, the situation is not very rosy. Transit tourism through Narva has been cut off, and Narva is in a dire situation regarding tourism. So in cooperation with the state and local municipality and county tourism promoters, this is something that is important. What we don't see, but we've also done research of the Gloria Bastion. The Gloria Bastion is slightly outside of the territory of the castle, but the art gallery of the museum is actually located on the bastion. If you've ever been there, then you've actually visited the bastion. You've stood on it, literally. And we also have experts talking about the research of Gloria Bastion, but I have just listed some of the work that has been done with the bastion. And this gives the museum an example, an opportunity for the next stages, so that we can come up how to restore Gloria Bastion, how to develop it further. Marketing trainings, that's another important part. And why is it important that in the course of the project we saw that marketing is very important, crisis communication, sales, in situations where you have never been before. So we've now done it. We've been there, done that. And we have had top people So the Äripäev publishing has helped us. They are one of the best in this field in Estonia. And I have also, well, the conference that we're in the middle of right now, and a couple of activities that are still left. So we have a month left. So we are still working with the Kristalval Bastion and the Western Yard renovation works. The staircase to the river promenade is completed, but it's not in use because we don't have a permit yet, but it is there. We can show it to you later. And there is a road that leads to the promenade. So why are we still in the middle of the construction works right now? The reason is another experience that the museum has had. We wanted to do things well. We tried to install large limestone slabs that would have suited the territory of the museum, but Professor Ennoste, who has researched this, that the layers of limestone, normal limestone, would crack with the weather and if transport moves around it. But some of the layers of limestone would have been good, but the size of those slabs is so large that we couldn't find suitable slabs in Estonia. The builder actually brought the stones, but there were cracks, natural cracks, and so we had to look for new solutions. So there was no other way. We found the granite producers who would be, in a very short time, be able to provide half a hectare, 5,000 square meters of granite slabs, 1.2 by 60 centimeters. So when you look down on this floor here, then it's twice the size of this room's slab, if even maybe bigger. But the thing is that the factory is in the middle of producing these granite slabs. But there's another but. They're made in Spain, and we need to transport them into Estonia across the seas. And autumn is not the best time for this. So this Vigo's port in Spain, there were massive storms, and the stones were waiting in the port for 3 weeks. At the moment, the stones are in transit, and they were supposed to arrive in the middle of December, but the good news is that they will arrive earlier. So this gives us time. So maybe even by the end of this month, the ship's captain is also doing his best. So here are the different amendments, changes that have been made, the minor changes. These are sort of smaller changes that, well, actually not that small when thinking of it, but according to procedural regulations, they are called minor changes. So we had 9 of them. And as for major changes, 6 of these were implemented. So mainly it had to do with how we shifted the money within the certain different projects, and we had to extend the deadlines more than once. And the last extension of the deadline we got yesterday or last week. And then changes in the construction works, extra work that had to be done, 26 different types of jobs. But these 26 consist of a lot of smaller things. So we have had, in the 2-3 years of active construction, we've been doing everything to complete the project, despite all of those difficulties that I'm still going to come back to. But the main thing was the staircase of the southern wall, which had been designed by the designer with everything else, but the solution was too expensive. the museum took another step and asked the program to change the design, and so a new design was made, and that proved to be also very expensive. So probably the fourth version that we have now completed and finished, and which has been then approved by the city, and this is what the museum could afford. The wall, the roof of the western wall that Maria talked about, so it was in a really bad status. In the Soviet times, when the restoration work was carried out, this gallery had a summer cafe. According to the drawings, these were not load-bearing walls, but in the course of time they had become load-bearing walls, and the wooden beams, they were sort of leaning on the walls, and some of the beams were just not placed. They had forgotten to place them, so the roof was weak, so to say. So once this summer kitchen or summer cafe was moved away, then the roof started living a life of its own, and those rotten bits of the beams had to be, well, basically they had to be replaced because the roof was in a dangerous status and we couldn't use this area. I would also like to point out the hydro-isolation. These are major things. In the course of the work, and architects had already planned it, that during the restoration work, everything is done properly. But again, in the Soviet times, there were places that had to have the hydro-isolation installed, but it wasn't there, it didn't exist. So later, when we view the rooms, and I will show you some photos, well, if we hadn't done any extra hydro-isolation, then there would have been issues. The same like in this room. So if water was dripping through, then we wouldn't be sitting here. And as for the waterworks and pipes, then they were in a really bad status. So when you basically touched the pipe, it just fell apart. And this meant that the work took longer, and this is what I'm getting to now. So to give you a better overview, I will show you this plan. These are the bits that have not been completed. So this is where I hope that one day we will then be able to open this. Number 7 is the amphitheater. So 6 is the staircase, 7 is the amphitheater, but we don't have those seats and stairs there because we knew that we wouldn't be able to complete it, but we have a nice embankment there, and that's where we have the flagpole area. Number 4 is the southwestern tower platform. We haven't completed it yet. We've done bits of renovation there so that the walls wouldn't crumble and it would be safe. This is then the Kristerval bastion, and you can see the roof. And this is the bit of the roof that we had to replace. And you can see the casemates of the Kristerval bastion and the entrance, the door. Today, as you saw outside, there's work in progress. A glass door is being installed there today. This is then the wall. And this is the way the paved path looked like. So this is now all covered by snow, but every week we received shipments of the slabs from Spain, and the last 15 containers then are stuck, and we're waiting for them to arrive. This is then the entrance. So the location, the entrance into the castle yard is going to be a different entrance so that people with disabilities and with children's prams and pushchairs, there are ramps, can come in through the middle. So not as you came in today, but there will be a different entrance. These are the different spaces inside the walls. These are the works being done where the toilets are going to be or are now. So this is the photograph from the construction works, and if you look up on the photos, you will see the issues that we came across. In the Soviet days, when reconstruction works were carried out, they didn't have any spans, so we don't know how things were held up and how they didn't collapse, we don't know. So these were the issues that we had. Today, I'm not going to show you how things look like now, because you will be able to see it yourselves afterwards. So I have a couple of other slides, and I have to look at the cuckoo clock as well. So these are the casemates. This is then the entrance into the Kristerval bastion. And this is what the interior looked like before we started the work. So it was basically a storage room which wasn't in use. It was just, everything was piled up in there. And now it will be open to the public. This is from the construction time. We had to raise the floor a little bit because in the Soviet times it had been excavated. So this was the actual original level of the floor, and that's where the cannons were placed on that floor. And this is now one of the exhibits is also here. This is a 300-year-old cannon that has been restored, and then the cannon is then going to be exhibited as well. These are then the seats that have been installed, and despite the snow, I hope you will see that there is light that shines through the seats. So this location is on top of the casemate, and this was all excavated, and hydro-isolation was also placed there. So the walls have been renovated. They were in a poor status. You can see the stones are of different color, but this restored bit is where everything had collapsed. So this is from the Peterburi roadside. Again, this was all the unexpected work that we had to do. A moat, a historical moat was discovered, and an opening inside the moat that had been walled up, and now we've opened it. This is the process of opening this moat and how we excavated everything. So we do have some supporting walls that we had to install, because every time we started excavating, something new cropped up. So we have just supporting walls so that they wouldn't collapse, because unfortunately this bit of the wall that's closer to me on the photo, it actually did collapse because of a landslide. So here are photos of the construction work. So the old walls behind this, concrete ones, have been conservated and restored. So this is what's left of the big hole in the ground, but there's a new attraction that the historic moat is visible in the Western Yard, which has never been actually exhibited before. These are some of the photos of the basement, the cellar that we found. Maria showed these. So the actual interior, you can see that it had a lot of rubble in there, debris, and this is when the debris was excavated, then water started pouring in. So in order to restore this basement, we had to cover it up, and it's sort of like an inside-out pool, so nothing should get in now, and the museum can have something in there in the future. What's also wonderful is that these secret passages were discovered, and they are there, and they are underground. So hopefully in the next stages we'll discover where these passages lead to, so you can use your imagination where these passages lead. So we had unexpected circumstances coming up all the time. So these are the beams that were supposed to be there but didn't exist, and they were rotten. We had to replace them. And this is what our craftsmen did. It wasn't mass-produced, but just like in the olden days, the craftsmen carved things on the spot. So another issue that we had, so these were the spans that we had in the ceiling. So this was extra work that we had to do and ensure that the rooms could be used. So more of the walls, and everywhere we started digging, walls and walls kept appearing. And this top photograph shows you the cobbles. We have also preserved them, but we have covered the cobbles with earth. So this is the armory building, the walls, the floors. And this is the area that will be marked by those slabs. But all of those foundations we discovered, the issue that we came up with was that we constantly had to change the plans, the designs, because the heights kept changing, whether things were at this height or at another height, so no one knew. More and more walls, and walls that kept appearing. And here are some more walls. Because, you know, I'm going to surprise you with these photographs of the walls. We were all the time surprised ourselves. So the top photograph illustrates again the lack of this support sills. So that these window sills would have been properly installed. So this is the top of the casemates, and this was supposed to, hold the water from pouring in, but the hydro-isolation didn't exist. And there were patches of it that existed. This is how we made it to look properly, so the casemates are dry inside, so you can have exhibits inside. But the thing is that these rooms will not be heated. Bits of crumbled walls. You can see how bad the situation was. Well, since we're here at a positive event, then I am skipping some of the really bad photographs. And these are those old tombstones. This is the medium stage. They are being relocated from where they were, but they were just lying there outside, exposed to the weather for decades. This is where we have lifted them up, and we are placing them on the wall. And the roofmen had to carefully remove the tiles from the gallery roof so that they wouldn't be dropped on other workmen's heads. So this is the work we did around the bells. So they are on the side of the building we are in. The lower photograph shows you the slabs that have been placed and lots of cables. and pipes. A lot of people ask, where did the money go? Well, it went literally inside the grounds, into the ground. These are the seats, the upside down concrete benches, and they will be lit up from underneath. We hopefully will see that later. So this is the vision of the architects that they came up with for the competition. So we have more or less completed this. So this was before or any of the paths existed. This is where it's starting to look like what it was visioned as when everything had been sieved through, excavated, and as Maria said, the little stones that we couldn't excavate. So we sieved through absolutely all of the soil, all of the ground, and put it back. So we're almost there. We will have a few of those tents still up, but so that we can install the slabs. And this is an attractive photo. I had to have it. You can see how it shines. It's magic. And to end my presentation, so in reality, actually, when historically castles were restored for centuries, we have done it in 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jüri. And so nice to hear that you managed to do so lot with such a short time. But now questions. I have a question. It's understandable it was a very complicated and a long project. But for you personally, what was the biggest challenge during this project? I am trying hard to find something from all this mess. I think that for me the biggest challenge was COVID. Yes, that was it. And the solution was, yes, we found solutions. Just that I myself was very down. That was why I said it was the most complicated thing for me. Once again, applause and thank you. Just like you have seen, and soon in spring we can also see what the castle looks like. We are all very proud. All of us, Narva people, but also our guests. We are going to see it soon. But we move on with our program, and our next speaker is Kalle Vellevo, who is going to speak about the principles of creating a new solution for the western yard of the castle. So, I hope everybody can hear me well. Yes, I am Kalle Vellevo, and I am one of the authors of the reconstruction project. The other author, Triinu, is sitting among the audience. You can wave so people know who we are. And our task was to make a project for the castle and also carry out the supervision during the construction period. And I am going to give you an overview or give you a retrospective of the designing work, restoration work, also drawing links with the previous phases before the Western Yard. The first picture shows you the inner courtyard of the convent building. When we started our designing, or actually there was a public competition for the architects, and in the conditions for the competition there were historical conditions, and this is something that Villu Kadaka has made. It's an overview of the inside walls from which period one or another fragment comes from. But it's just to give you the idea what was the initial stage from where we started our designing work. And you see that there are bits and pieces from very different eras. Some are more important, some are less important. And our task was to find the most important parts and to leave aside perhaps the less important layers. And just a second. Here you see the special conditions laid down by the heritage conservation, and these were part of the architectural competition. You see how different walls are depicted with different colors, showing which parts are more important. Either because of their period they were built, and in some cases it wasn't even very clear, but then with the later analysis we figured it out more. And then also the annexes coming from the 80s, these are marked out here with green colors. So on the basis of that, it was possible to create so-called new substances or to create those connections between old and new. Or the green parts were also the ones that we could take down if they were not needed. And, well, on the basis of these drawings, you see that our activities were somewhat restricted. And here you see the present situation before the designing work, what the eastern wing looked like. You see photos from the eastern side and inside, and when in the 80s the restoration work was done, it wasn't finished there. And here you see the staircase in the eastern wing, which was never completed. It's the northeastern corner of the convent. Well, the concrete part was done, but some of the windows were still missing. They were just covered with wooden planks. And there were also doves, birds flying inside, and wind was blowing, which means that this room was never taken into use. And the same state was also with the inner courtyard of the convent. And in the 80s, there were quite many annexes added, and there were also foundations for posts and columns, probably meant to be a gallery in the future, covered with a roof with 2 floors, and the convent halls inside walls you can see, and you can also see the staircase, which was in use in the 80s. And this was how the different floors were connected with each other. So that was the situation we started from. And that was, let's say, our playground. So Yuri showed you this picture already. This is the winning project 2015, the public competition for architectural design, and our FR Studio True won it. And you see a little bit more here than on the picture than Yuri showed, because initially there was also a task to build a prolongation to this side, which was also bombed down in the war. And the idea was that there should be a sort of a hotel there in the future. So why not? In the future, when the need arises, it's possible. But what we also see here, the armory building, we wanted to mark it on the pavement, the former location of the armory. And it was meant to be also an outside theater where you can organize all sorts of events. And here in this corner, you see the southwest corner. Later I'm going to speak more of it, about it. And where you see the stone wall prolongation, there was meant to be a bridge across the border of the castle, which means that the old town would be connected with the Narva castle. But then we also foresee here a southern tower, or the lower part of it, to be opened, and a promenade that would start from there. Here again you see the work we submitted to the competition, and here we still have this stone hall, we called it, and the entrance through the wall into the old town. But as said, we haven't designed it up to the end, so that's something for the future years, if there will be a need for that. And about the winning project, you see the inner courtyard here, and all those later structures from the 80s, the basements and things, we wanted to do away with them, and we thought that perhaps from concrete it would be nice to have this slow rise, so that also people with special needs can get in here, and there could be also an outside stage, and why not a summer cafe there. Yes, but then speaking about the position plan, location plan, one of the conditions was that the castle should be connected with Joa-Oru promenade by building a new staircase from the southern tower of the castle, and the other end would be somewhere there. We hope it will be done in the future. So the promenade, which is in use already, it would continue upstairs into the castle courtyard, and then further on to the old town and the town hall square. Nowadays you have to move along this yellow marking, and you have to make big rounds to get to the old town, because there is the border guard zone in between, or you have to go down and continue along the coastal promenade, and again a big round. But we didn't want the castle to become a dead end. We wanted it to be on the active movement paths or roads, and well, creating it would mean a lot for the town. And for us, when we were designing, it was important that the Joa-Org, before that there was another public architectural competition, 2010, 2011. We also participated in that competition with TIU. And according to the present or the current project, so we wanted to connect it again. It means that it uses the bridges that are there already, and hopefully in the future the other side of it will also be completed, so it would be possible to get as far as to Narva Krenholm, so that it would be a natural, normal flow for traffic from Krenholm to the town hall square. And that would empower the use of the central Narva, and it would be easier for people to walk around. And it would also be easier to organize all sorts of big events for public. If we look at the plan of the castle, we see the situation which we have now, which is also a partial completion of the project. because it's only this beige part which is completed inside the castle. It's the northern flank and also the southern side, and a little bit of the western side where we have the box office. And then the western side and the tower, we have designed the work there as well, and it's almost as big a part as is completed already. And perhaps the biggest problem for the castle has been that the funding of renovation and the work here has always been just partial, so a bit and then a pause and then again a bit for the next. And that is something that has prolonged that process for a long, long period. And today I would like to see that the government also finds resources for completing the rest of the work. So in the 80s, in 1986, that was the last time something was done there. So that's the northern and the western side together with the tower. They definitely need more attention. Communications and, well, it has to be brought into line with the rescue requirements and also for making it more contemporary for different uses. Maria also mentioned that in the 80s, the principles of renovation were totally different compared to today. And perhaps later on I will say a few words about that as well. What was the starting point for our design work? Well, you heard already from Yuri about the work done in the western yard. Was also the armory building and then those connection paths, footpaths, and the temporary staircase that was built where the southern tower used to be. Amphitheater still waiting for its turn. As a matter of fact, there is quite a lot still to be done, but it is waiting for a new funding. If you look at the plans, let me tell you a bit what was the starting point for our designing work. When in the beginning you looked at the zoning of the historical walls, you saw that there was a lot which needs to be protected, but there were also some parts which could be used for building new staircases or halls, and this was the part where the 80s concrete staircase was built and also the then toilets, but that was all that we took out from there. And the other place was in the northeastern corner where we had the concrete staircases which were left uncompleted. And, well, I can also tell more about that, how difficult it was to get rid of that. But thanks to the fact that they were not valuable parts of the castle, it enabled us to create those vertical connections this way and that way. And it enabled us to connect all those different floors of the castle logically with each other, and also to create possibilities for people with special needs. The accessibility was improved considerably also for wheelchairs. And what's also important, still looking at the plan here, you see that there are parts which haven't been finished. For example, in the north wing, we have planned a cafe with out-of-doors terraces. And another thing which hasn't been completed because there was not enough money for that. Originally, we had the idea that when we enter the castle, past the cashier's desk, the box office, and there is the main office. And then you get to the conference center. That was actually in the terms of references first, that there has to be a conference hall and one way to get to the conference center, the other way to get into the museum. Today we know that the conference center is closed and well, that part is still waiting for funding. But the staircase is opened, you can move between the floors, but the conference center itself, it's a huge room, it's still waiting for its turn. And what else? Through these new staircases and the new connections, it was possible to have like round about movement around the whole castle. And before that, it wasn't possible. And also these roundabout ways, for example, where we are here now, we can go to different floors of the castle. In the eastern wing, there is a totally new connection. And also on the third floor, when finally the conference hall will be completed, it would be possible to get there direct, which means that the whole building would be much more functional and easier to use. And speaking more about this art or artistic side, which was also very important for us, two principles. One of them was that all the new things we are planning, they have to match into the historical environment, but it would be clearly detected where is the new part, what is old. So there has to be clear difference. And the new has to represent high quality new architecture. That was one of our principles. And this is what the present day cultural heritage protection also envisages. And it is contrary different to what was in the 80s when they tried to beautify the new things added so that it would look like something original and old. But today's approach is the opposite, so we want to make it a clear difference, old and new, to differ from each other. And these pictures show you what we wanted to create inside this old. And as I said, the present-day cultural heritage principle is that if in 20 or 50 years there will be a new need for reconstruction and restoration, and if there are some principal changes in the conservation philosophy and refurbishment, then it would be easier to get rid of the later added parts without damaging the historical substances. And, well, our idea was to damage as less as possible whatever was old here. And that was our starting principle. And all those doors, windows, we were also arguing quite a lot with the heritage conservation because traditionally whenever there was a doorway you had to fit something in there again. But we thought that if we are going to fit new modern doors into all those doorways, we actually damage a lot the historical masonry. And the other problem was that through that, all those historical doorways would be made much more narrow, which means that they wouldn't have been in line with the present-day evacuation requirements. And that would have eliminated the possibility to use these rooms for events. And that's why we decided to use rather frames around those historical doorways, which would be like a frame around a picture. So in a way, by placing those frames on these former doorways, we also emphasize them more and draw them out, draw attention to them. And at the same time, these will be like, well, it would be possible to use them later on when the principles are changed again. And as I said already, the new has to reflect the present-day high-quality architecture of today, but still leave the option to make changes in the future if necessary. And on this picture, you see what is still waiting for funding and what we'd like to do in the future so that the castle would be fully functional as we have planned it in the beginning. So first I said the bridge with the old town, which is logistically important, then the amphitheater, which we have planned here, where would be that would be a place for open-air events. The bells that are exposed there, that area would be for open-air performances. You could also use this wall for open-air cinema performances. And then the staircase going down, going through the earth wall and ending up on the promenade. And the southwestern tower, as such, it could also be used for more private or semi-private events, for example, like weddings or something. And that means that the Kristelvall bastion could also be then a part of this space, or all sorts of functions, birthdays or jubileum celebrations. So an easy structure like a pavilion possible. And here you see first the bridge we have designed that should go above the border zone towards the old town. And the design would be very contemporary, metal structures used, metal and glass. One thing is the effective looks of it. When you are moving down this bridge, you see how it is interesting to look at from far away. But then the other thing is that you are crossing the border. It's important that there is no direct connection. It is enclosed so that nobody can throw anything down there. And it's still an architectural or architectonic object which is visually beautiful but also functional. And here you see the southwestern tower, which is waiting for funding, and that's the interior, which still needs work, I mean, well, designing. And in front of the southwestern tower, we planned a little bridge, which could have a bronze model of the whole castle that would give you the idea in a nutshell of the whole castle. And here, this is the staircase. When this temporary staircase will go out of use, we could build the staircase where we planned it to be originally. It would go straight through this earthwork and end up on the Joauru promenade. And here we have the last picture. It's the interior of the convent. The yard, you see the frames we plan to place around those former doorways. As I said, emphasizing them, drawing attention to them, and also this principle that if necessary to take them into use in the future, it would be possible. And that's all from me. Thank you, Kalle. Questions now?
Is everything already so clear? You don't have any questions, but I do have one. Let's imagine that, well, money drops on us from the sky and there will be enough of it, or another EU fund will open up for us. What would be the next step? So you mentioned the bridge or the amphitheater or the southwestern tower. So what do you think as a designer, what should be the next step? I think the bridge connecting the castle to the old town is very important. As I showed you, then you don't have to go around the extra 500 meters. You can connect directly between the castle and the old town and vice versa, and make your way down to Joauru. So this route that the castle is on the main route, at the moment it's sort of a dead end, but that people would be crossing through the grounds of the castle, be they tourists, locals, so that they would make their way to the western yard. We could have events here and link these events to the old town events, be they the days of the old town or castle days, that they could be happening at the same time simultaneously, and people could use the bridge to move between. Do you agree, the audience? If you do, then do thank Kalle with the applause. Thank you, Kalle. Well, what we lack are fundings. Everybody's in support, but what we need is funding. But before breaking for lunch, we have another presentation. Madi Studer, the Senior Inspector of Heritage Protection, will touch upon the heritage protection challenges that came up in the course of the project.
Tervist, tere päevast.
Hello.
Jah, ma oma ettekandes võib-olla
In
nii
my
palju
presentation,
ei keskendugi sellele
I
just
perhaps won't focus too much on the stage that we're completing. Jüri Moor discussed it thoroughly, what has been done
ja mis on lõpetamisel ja
and
võib-olla
what is
muinsuskaitselisest
being
aspektist võib-olla
done. And
huvitavam
from the
isegi
heritage
arheoloogide
protection
ettekanded,
view, I'm looking forward to the archaeologist presentations after lunch, what came out of the ground and what were the issues and problems with these walls or other structural elements. But I would like to go back. Later on, I will talk about this completed first stage issues, but I would like to go back in time. As we know, many issues stem from history and the decisions that have been made in the past. And many of these issues, well, Narva Museum has posed many issues to restorers, architects, archaeologists, and I would like to explain why the castle looks the way we see it. I don't mean this very last stage that Kalle has talked about, but what we had in the very beginning, why does the castle look the way it does? Because many discussions have been held on the topic of Narva Castle. The exterior view of the castle and the reason why it was restored to the stage it is after the Second World War. As we all know, Narva Castle as a working building, I mean, going back to the night stage, the stone hall, it has been rebuilt from ruins after the Second World War because it was really badly damaged in the Second World War. This is the view of Narva Castle before World War II. Many of you are familiar with this view from the 5 krone note, the way the castle looked before the war, so the 5 Estonian krone note depicted Narva Castle and the old town. But if we look at the tower, why the current tower looks like it does these days. So let's try and answer this question. The first stage of Narva Castle as a heritage protection building and the heritage protection approach was taken then in the middle of the 19th century. Modest Rezvoi, I've also heard this pronunciation of his surname. I'm not quite sure how he himself pronounced his surname, but that's not the point at the moment. So he was the man who started researching the castle. There are many drawings from that time, and this is how the tower and the castle looked like in the middle of the 19th century. So, well, it looks slightly worn or shabby. At that time, it wasn't looked after much, as the role of the castle as a defensive structure was diminishing, and 1863 Narva was removed from the list of protected castle towns, fortified towns. So there was no need for such fortifications anymore. But it was still used by the military. And during the Estonian Republic, it was also used by the military. Modest Rezvoi was also then the one who started redesigning the castle. And this is one of his visions. You can see that little turrets have been added to the corners and the roof has a different shape. So this vision, the eastern wing, northeastern corner of it has also been built up, which has never actually existed. But these were sort of the plans back in those days. The changes or proposals of Modest Rezvoi were not completed, but some little bits were still done. But as for the general view and image of the castle, these 19th century works, they didn't really affect it much. So the times of the Estonian Republic before the Second World War, the castle was used by the military, and there went very many works that were done, and the convent building, this fortified monastery building, was empty. Visitors, tourist groups were able to visit the castle, although as a military site it was closed, but nevertheless tourists had access into the castle. Then the Second World War happened, and this is what we see on this photo. We see this old sauna building that was later demolished, but that's where the museum was located after the war. But the castle itself, as we see, the tower was more or less destroyed, and there were many other destructions elsewhere. After the Second World War, it was decided that the castle would be restored and rebuilt. And in the early 1950s, they started cleaning the rubble and the debris, but they didn't get very far. So work was interrupted in the 1960s, and I'm not quite sure whether it's true or not. I've not seen any documentation, but in the 60s it was actually decided that everything should be demolished and a park for the Komsomol should be created on the site. Well, this could have been a plan, but I've never seen any actual documentation. But in the 60s, work was stopped, and there were a number of reasons, because the Estonian restorers, they went across the border, so to say, to restore the Ivangorod castle. At the end of 60s, work was commenced again. I have listed a few names on this slide, and the first to start work on the castle, the leading architects, the team was actually bigger, Albert Kukkur and Hugo Rennik. And Hugo Rennik also worked on other sites in the Narva Old Town. He saved a couple of the sites, but that's a different story. At the end of the 60s, when work started again, Henno Poti became the leading architect. He's also been involved in renovating the Narva Town Hall. After he passed away in 1978, his colleague Inna Võsu carried on his work, and Jevgeni Kaljundi was involved as a historian. Before Kaljundi, the research was carried out by Helmi Õprus, but Jevgeni Kaljundi, I've underlined his name with Henno Poti's name because they were really involved in this project for a very long time, until the early 90s in Võsu as well. So they drew up the general concept of what the castle could look like as a tourist attraction. Inna Võsu, she sort of followed on from Henno Poti's concept, so they worked together. So designs were made, research was carried out, and this was the body, the so-called workshop of scientific restoration, which was the predecessor of a state restoration body. And then a separate organization was founded, an Institute of Restoring Cultural Heritage. So this slide shows you an example of documentation. And the names of people involved were listed there, and how the initial work was actually started. So here's one of the drawings, a fragment of the drawings, how to rebuild them, and this was then, this is just a fragment of all the leftover paperwork. This was the status in 1954. So this is when, after the war, 53, 54, the work and research started. You can also see the ruins of the old town on the background. And this was probably what the situation was. It's a watercolor drawing, not a photo, but we can also see the ruins of the stone hall. Kalle mentioned this. The current stone hall, as it is called, has been restored, only half of it, basically. But again, I'll come back to it. And this is the first concept from the middle of the 50s. Henno-Poti wasn't involved yet, but as we can see, the plan was to restore the castle fully to the status it was before the Second World War. So the eastern wing, the height of it doesn't reach the other wings. So later a different decision was taken. So this was the first plan, design. So just basically rebuilding the pre-war situation. So these are the ruins of the tower. So we can see that new buildings are being constructed on the site of the old ruined buildings, and the white building to the side of the tower is the old sauna building where the museum was located. This is Poti's solution, and this has caused a lot of discussions then, and actually is still causing issues now. Why did Henno-Poti design the castle as it is? So the castle tower has a symbolic value. It's a symbol of Narva. Its visual identity can be seen all over the town and far away. So where did this idea come from? It's not classically a restoration, but it's reconstruction. So reconstruction where more history is added. And as Kalle mentioned, it is made even more historical. So this was the concept at the time. It is known that Poti and Kaljundi, they cooperated on this, and when asked where does this concept arise from, then Kaljundi has said that he saw drawings in Moscow in archives where the roof of the tower was this shape. I've met Kaljundi, but I've never actually been able to discuss this, and unfortunately now passed away, and Henno-Poti passed away in the late 70s. He never saw his work completed. The tower was well finished in the 70s or so, but nevertheless there was a colleague in their work group. I've communicated with Inna Võsu, and she didn't say so exactly, but Merle Kinks, another colleague who worked with the aforementioned names, Merle, has said that something that influenced, and before I actually get to my point, here is a photo of Poti's solution, proposed solution. This was the courtyard that Kalle showed, the beams, and so to have a sort of a walkway on top of the courtyard so that you could walk around the walls. But this gallery walkway was never completed. There were preparations made, and they never got round to it. So this was Poti's vision. This is probably one of the first known visual picture of Narva, where you see the town, the dome cathedral, and the castle. So we can see the tower, and it's got a roof, obviously. This is Adam Olearius's drawing of Narva. Again, the Hermann Tower. But we have to be careful with such drawings, because they were drawn from memory, not on site, or based on descriptions. So there are certain contradictions there. So this is how Adam Olearius could have seen Narva, and the tower roof is different compared to what it was before the Second World War. And here we see more or less the complete Hermann Tower, the scaffolding is being removed. I think in the early 74 the scaffolding was removed. But Merle Kink's, according to her memories, Poti and Kaljundi were inspired by the Karlstein castle exterior in Czechia. So the tower with its paintings and the wooden work up on the top, Narva castle never had this. But according to them, maybe they were able to perhaps visit this castle and see the solution and say that Narva Tower is just like Karlstein. Well, it's quite believable. And as Merle cooperated with them, and she said that that's where they got this inspiration from. And this is the plausible solution. So this is how Karlstein looks like. I've never visited it myself, but there are a lot of photographs available. Why it is important, the eastern wing, it no longer exists. To build it to the height of other wings was planned to be at the last stage, and in the first stage of works we were able to open it to the public as well. So here you see the northeastern corner where we have the lift in this wing where we are now. It didn't exist before, and it didn't exist before the war either, but that's a different story. How much of what has been built when, so I don't have any time to go into the details now. But built from scratch, the stone hall, the part that exists nowadays. And at the end of the 80s, the other half was also excavated, and they planned to extend the stone hall into its former shape or length as it used to be, but in its simplified form, it's been basically rebuilt. So basically only 4 walls were left. And this is not even a copy. It doesn't copy the pre-war stage. It's literally a new building with new supportive structures. And the roundel tower, yes, that has been preserved. When the museum was opened in 1987 in the 2 wings of the castle, there was another time period in the early noughties when Freddy Tomps and Vladimir Orlov, the architects, made a new design to complete the restoration of the castle, and this followed more or less Poti's concept. But when the new architectural design was announced, one of the prerequisites was that Poti's layers, so to say, had to be respected, and the interior elements from that time and the exterior should also be valued as the important layers of the era, whether we agree with it or not. But the 70s, 80s interior design, that it should be preserved and that it shouldn't contradict the new solutions. Tiiu and Kalle can tell you more about that. But that era of the 70s and 80s would also be visible, that not absolutely every single thing is rebuilt. And in the eastern wing, well, basically all of left of Poti were the 4 walls and the concrete staircase that had to be removed. But to finish up, a couple of words about this first stage and the heritage protection issues that we had.
noh, siin on näha, et siis tuli katus maha võtta,
So we had to remove the roof
ja seal lifti ehitamiseks ja nii edasi.
to build the lift and have the communications installed. That's quite a normal type of work, and the roof was new anyway, so it wasn't anything original that we destroyed.
Küll aga
But
räägivad sellest rohkem.
archaeologists will discuss on this more. This is the ticket office and the wall underneath it, which was a surprise.
Võis kahtlustada, et midagi seal on.
Well, we suspected that there could be something there because excavation work had been done outdoors, but there were surprises that occurred, and this meant that we had to change the design.
Ütleme, sinna pidi tulema tehnoruum, aga
We were supposed to have a technical room there, but we had to redesign it.
klaasitud ava
And we have an opening with a glass top in the floor so that you can see the walls. And that's quite a normal process in case of such work.
siiski tekitab mõnikord ka küsimusi, kuidas me seda
But then again, we always have questions of, are we going to exhibit it? How are we going to exhibit it? How are we going to preserve this?
eksponeerivastuseid ja noh, siin on siis näha see tehnoruum.
So here you can see all of the pipes
Need probleemid, mis siis nende vanade
and all of the
välja tulevad, just see oli
issues that we had with those old walls, how to fit everything in there. So the wall, it basically divided the room into two, more or less 50-50.
ja mida ka Kalle mainis,
And Kalle also mentioned this,
kuidas on võimalik
how it is actually possible to, have this building open to the public. You have to make sure that everything is guaranteed from the point of health and safety, and you have to meet all the other requirements because it's a public building, and these emergency exits, how to find solutions for those emergency exits. This particular solution on the photograph, well, it was quite a genius way of solving the doorway. They are not wide enough, basically, and well, we couldn't start, destroying the walls, because if we install the door frame, then the door gets narrower. But this is a sort of a frame that's glued on the wall, and this meant that we could use those doors as emergency ones without having to, demolish the stones. And this was rather tricky because all of these openings are really, really unique. We very skillfully see how this was completed. And the other MEPs, this is one of the chimneys. It fits and doesn't sort of spoil the exterior, but we see that it's a new thing. Another major challenge had to do with the preservation of the walls and the plastering on top, fixing them so that they would be exposed, so that we can actually see that in the next room how the plaster was exposed and fixed. So this was another concept that we had, that we keep the rooms as they are and we don't extra start beautifying them. Well, this is what you can literally see next door. If you look at these patches, that they may be not as nice, but again, it's history that we see on these walls. So this is what I was talking about, the room next door, and then in the tower is a similar solution, that the plaster was fixed to the wall. But we have many interesting elements that were completed, so here we are. Very discreetly, the solution has been made. The staircases, it doesn't sort of impose too much, and it doesn't lie about history. So this is knowingly made as a new element. Well, that's actually all from me. Thank you.
Suur tänu, Madis, teie küsimused.
Thank you, Madis. And questions to Madis? Silence. Well, you were very thorough, Madis. Thank you very much. And another round of applause. Or there's going to be a question or a comment. I think that everyone who is here present and viewing us online and who love Narva Castle, I think they will love Narva Castle even more. And I don't doubt that we have the best project of renovation and reconstruction. I would like to thank all of the colleagues, and I would like to thank all of the presenters. I love you all. Thank you, Maria. Now we have lunch. We'll be back at 1 o'clock, and we will talk about the archaeological findings and research. And we also have another buffet reception after the second part of the conference. And at 4 o'clock this afternoon, we have a tour with Yuri. I don't know what the weather is like outside. I hope it's good. The sun is shining. Well, that's wonderful. So lunch is served next door. Bon appetit, and see you all back here at 1 o'clock.
nii, kallid osalejad, kuidas teil tuju peale lõunat?
Dear participants, how do you feel?
Loodetavasti jah. Nüüd me jätkame, meil on veel mitmed
Let's continue. We still have some presentations to listen before we go to have a tour. The next speaker is Villu Kadakas, archaeologist, and he's going to speak about the archaeological research of the western yard of the Narva castle. Hello. Differently from the previous speakers, I am not going to speak about the main castle and not about the earlier research of the western yard. There would be too much of material, but the time at my disposal wouldn't allow me to touch all these aspects. And I'm going to speak only about the research done under this project. Basically, we can say that the archaeological diggings in the framework of this project was about digging trenches, and we were like peeling the surface. In the beginning, one got the feeling that there is not much to do. There are just some cables and some pipes, and in some places there are some deeper holes for specific buildings. But later it appeared that just peeling off the upper layer of soil also reveals quite a lot from the western yard. Until the last war, when the upper parts of the wall were still visible. So they were not medieval, but in the Soviet times it was clear that the only thing worth renovation or restoring would be medieval layers, and everything else comes from later periods, and that needed to be taken away. So I can't speak much of everything, but I can take some of the most important buildings and speak about those. The biggest and probably the most revealing was the building complex of the armory, and it was a building with 4 wings, probably built in the beginning of the 17th century by the Swedish period, and it was meant to be a warehouse for arms and also workshop. And from then on, the building kept the function through different times. Later on, barracks also moved in, but as a matter of fact, the lowest level, that was the walls we also found, that was functioning as a workshop until the Second World War. And in some places there was concrete on the floors, and it was soaked with oil, and that's probably from the German occupation period when it was meant as a workshop for military machinery. So as you can see from the plan here on the slide, it's a very colorful situation. Walls come from different periods, rebuilt during different periods. And this is an aerial photo taken during the war showing where this building was located. And another aerial photo taken during the archaeological diggings, but the picture itself is not of a very good quality, because exactly at the time when the specialists came with the drone to take those pictures, a shower started, heavy rain. And at the time when the drone was up to take pictures, everything was covered with mud and water. But still you can see the walls from all those 4 wings. Here's another view from a closer distance. That's what it all looked like. So for a while we could get this image. It's interesting that the armory building, we knew quite a lot about the outside looks of it. We had photos from different periods, but we didn't know much about what was going on inside. And we just knew from the documents that there were it was a workshop, but we didn't know anything about intermediating walls. So the green parts here, these walls are probably from the first period of armory, the 17th century, the first half of it, and approximately the same way the walls looked like on the 1650 plan. Later, the parts were added which are marked with the dark blue color here, especially on the western side, west wing. And in the 19th century, there were massive reconstruction works taking place on the south side. Sorry, the pointer is not functioning, but you can guess what I'm talking about. And then on the eastern side, an annex was built as well. And what was a surprise for us about this armory, namely that in front of the entrance by the gates, well, sorry, the pointer doesn't function. If somebody can help me, please do it. If on the photos before the war, in the north wing, there was just one gate, but it appeared that originally there were two, and one of them was walled in later. But if we look at the 17th century plan, yes, no use of the pointer. Yes, but you can see there are two gateways parallel to each other. Why two? I can't explain that now. And the armory seen from above before the war, probably the wooden second floor is added in the 19th century at the time when the building was taken into use as barracks. Another view of the walls, a close look, and it appeared that before the armory there was another building on the same place. It was probably a medieval building in the corner, which was in the western yard from the southwest corner to the southern side, and that's this red line on the plan. So we also got information about that medieval building. So in the 80s, it was already found out that there was something like that, but we got some new information about it. Then there was another medieval building, which we found where the present-day museum building is. So in front of the entrance to Rondel Tower, or in front of the big gates. It was a medieval building which was discovered already in the 80s when they put pipes in the ground for the first time. And at that time it was possible to open this trench a bit wider, but still we can't say that we know much more about it, just that there was a building with one room and there was a winding staircase to get to the next level. But we didn't get much more information about that now either, because there was a lot of work that had to be done and the time at our disposal wasn't enough. Why to speak so much about this little element? It's obvious, because today the courtyard is very empty, but it's obvious that in the Middle Ages it wasn't that empty, but there were all sorts of buildings. But in the course of time, well, they have been taken down, and like I said, only remnants of two medieval buildings have been found. And here on this map, just fragments are brought out. In the west yard, the old gate in the middle of the western wall, which now has been made the main entrance for pedestrians. This gate, we don't know exactly at what time the gate was taken into use. Possible that it was there already in the Middle Ages, but it is on the plans and evident also today from the time of building the Kristelval bastion. And during the Soviet period, it's marked with this black line in the shape of L letter. That was from the 80s. Exactly at what time, I don't know, because those restoration works were done so that very little documentation was left behind. And was it now the fantasy of the architect or not, I don't know. But according to historical plans, the gate structure was probably much bigger, going out northwards, and the lower parts of the walls appeared quite clearly during our works. You see the passage in the Middle Ages, so it's like with a corner, and probably it was done like that to avoid the enemy shooting with a cannon straight through the gateway. And at least now we have a little bit more clear idea what this building used to be, and the 17th century plan is depicting it correctly. These walls are also marked on the surface now inside the yard. And now we come to the stone hall. Well, the technical equipment is behaving in a very strange way. Using both arrows, I still get only forward. Okay. This key takes me back. Yeah. So let's speak about the stone hall. You have heard about it already. In the restored way, it looks much smaller than in the 80s. It's also lower. And we also managed to dig out the perished part of the stone hall. Much less had survived from it compared to the armory. And the walls had been taken out. We also found the main facade. Lenin is pointing right to the place where the facade used to be. One gets the impression that the construction work was going on according to what the big leader told us to do. So anyway, the arrow points at the corner of the former stone hall. And there is another piece of a wall from the 17th century. And some more walls, but we don't even know the age of them and the function of them. This is the foundation of the stone hall. And inside the stone hall, this is the northern gate, the foundation of the northern gate. And in the course of work, we found out, surprisingly, that the stone hall was like built around the gate structure. It seems to be that there was some sort of a gate structure even before the stone hall, so possible that there was a tower, gate tower in the Middle Ages there. We hope that we might find out more about the medieval building, because probably during Swedish period they made use of the earlier bits and pieces of walls and foundations. But let's move on to the east. That's the eastern part of the western yard. And in the middle of the 17th century, there was the moat, which separated the western yard from the convent and the castle. And according to historical plans, the moat was about 30 meters wide. And we also found out now that it was up to 8 meters deep compared to the present-day surface. Perhaps in the Middle Ages it was 6 to 7 meters because the level of the surface inside the castle was a bit lower. The moat was filled during the third quarter of the 17th century. And in the landscape, you don't have any remnants of that. It is, well, 3.5 centuries that has passed. But what was a surprise for us by the northern wall, where the moat used to be, when we were digging a hole for the drainage, we found in the northern wall a little gateway, or the arch of that gate, and that was something nobody was expecting. And as you can see on this photo, it's the northern wall, and the medieval part of the wall is quite worn, but there is also a clear reason for that, because when the moat was filled, there was a lot of moisture there in the filling surface or earth, and that moisture damaged the wall because it was continuously plus and minus degrees, and that damaged the limestone. And we managed to make use of the same gateway for our present drainage system, though the gateway was walled in much earlier than the moat was filled, probably at the end of the Middle Ages or perhaps during the Livonian War. Why would one use or need a gate like that? It wasn't probably meant for water, to let out water from the moat, because it's almost 2 meters wide, which was enough for a whole cart to pass, horses and a cart. And probably it was used for bringing limestone or construction materials, because the moat itself was also like a quarry for limestone. So it was broken in the future moat, and then the limestone was brought out through this gateway. But it could have also been a possible way for the soldiers of the castle to make their attack out from the castle. But later it was walled in because there was no need for that. Or perhaps they also saw it at a weak point in the castle. When we made that hole bigger to expose the bottom of the moat and the gateway, it appeared that there is a maze of all sorts of walls around it. And some of the walls, they are a bit higher, which means that they belong to the buildings that were put up on top of the filling material of the moat. And that's the end of the 17th century. It's the foundation of a stone building, and not very well surviving, so just the foundation was there, and also a bit of the then doorway you can see here on the picture. So we got some kind of an idea what the interior solution of this building was. Yes, it was a big building on the northern side, lying on the northern wall, and this is the blue color on the plan that shows you the location of it. And later some Drenches for cables were made there. That's probably 1980s, also for sprinkler system when they needed those pipes. The red color shows the medieval walls. In the western yard, the northern wall, and the arrow points to the location of the gate, and the red bit that comes southwards on the outside slope of the moat. This is the supporting wall of the slope. Now, the location of this building, on the 17th century maps, it's not there. There were probably wooden buildings from the 17th century, but there is nothing of the medieval building on those plans. And this is a plan from 1686. On the left, you can see the new building already. And then it's marked as a barracks. But it wasn't there for a long time. Probably in the 18th century it was taken down. Probably it was too heavy for the surface, and instead of that, new barracks were built, and you can see it on later plans as a different looking building. And we saw some fragments of the support wall on previous photos. Some believe that it's from the 17th century, but during our diggings we also discovered that it was built together with the ramparts, and it appears that it's a very unique moat in Estonia. If usually the moats in the Middle Ages, they were dug into the surface and they had smooth slopes, in this case the supporting walls of the moat were vertical. So it looked like a hole made, or wolf's hole as they were called those days. So which means that once you fall in, you can't get out on your own anymore. So perhaps that was the initial meaning of it. And here, that's a strange-looking structure from the 19th century annex to the armory. It's a small chamber with a brick vault. It was conservated. And here I think I should put the full stop because there were more of those buildings, not enough time to speak about that. Speaking about other architectural items we found, in short, there was nothing from the Middle Ages, or perhaps we didn't get down to that level. Most of the items we found, they are from the Swedish period or following Russian period, the, let's say, leftovers from the garrison activities. There are also some bits and pieces of tiles. Perhaps it would be possible to get some sort of a picture from those ovens from the 17th and 18th centuries, or stoves, but that would be a theme for a different presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Villu. Thank you, Villu. Questions? Everything seems to be clear. We shall move on. We are going to hear about the Kristerval bastion, its history, restoration, and Ragnar Nurk and Raivo Rand, who is a member of Skandehitus. But Ragnar will start. Good afternoon. My name is Ragnar Nurk. work. I am this town architect in Tallinn, but as for this particular project, then I was involved in the archaeological research and also in putting together the exhibition of the museum. I was a consultant regarding the modern age, the early modern age. So I'll talk about Kristalval Bastion, and later I'll come back to the Gloria Bastion in the next presentation. So I was participating in these particular stages, and I would like to give you an overview of the historical background of the bastions, what was their importance in their eras in the fortification system and as examples of fortifications. The way we share the presentation is that I talk about the historical side, and then I will give the floor to my colleague Villu Kadakas, and in case of Kristerval, Aivo Raud, who is a member of the company that conducted the work. But the Kristerval bastion then, it is in the southern corner of the western courtyard, so in the southwestern part, and it's in front of the tower, so it's an earth fortification. You can see it on the plan. Its shape is rather strange. So inside are the medieval elements of fortification, and outside are later bastions of Fortuna is one of the examples of those later bastions. The Kristerval bastion is an important part of the fortification systems of the Narva town. It represents the time period between the Livonian War and the Great Northern War. As for bastions, as fortification systems, this is something that researchers we differentiate between. So Kristerval is an example of, so to say, new Italian type bastion systems. And in a wider sense, Kristerval is a sort of a late Renaissance period architectural structure. So try and imagine that from sort of residential or similar types of buildings in Tallinn, we have the House of the Brotherhood of the Blackheads. What makes Kristerval bastion especially interesting and valuable for us at this point is that in the course of time, not very many of such bastions remain. Or the thing is that they have been rebuilt in later time periods when renovating the fortifications. Think of Kuressaare, where the bastions actually were originally of a similar type. But here in Narva, then, Kristerval as a bastion is an example of this type of early Italian style or type of bastions. So quite a unique kind of a solution. On the right-hand side, when looking at those photographs, you can see that Kristerval, this is one of the most characteristic parts, the flank of the bastion, and then the old western gate. Kristerval has changed in the course of time. Well, how much of it is left as an authentic bastion what kind of restoration works have been taking place in the course of time, so it doesn't 100% correspond to what it originally looked like. But despite the fact that a lot of work has been done in the various previous periods of restoration, it still has a lot of value and sort of educational value. We can learn a lot from this bastion because there aren't any types of similar bastions in the area at all. So as you can see from the photograph, amongst other things, the visible parts, the casemate embrasures or loopholes, so there used to be 2 levels of those loopholes, of embrasures or gun holes, however you call them. So, and then there was a stone rampart as well on the top. So at this point, this stone rampart has been replaced by a earthen embankment. So this is the historical background. Kristerval Bastion was built right after Narva was taken over by the Swedes in the so starting from the 1580s, and work was completed in the early 1600s. So this is the construction period. Pontus de la Gardie, who led the Swedish forces, he was accompanied by Italian engineers. It is known that one of these engineers was involved in the planning of the fortifications of Narva. The Swedes were very active in the construction of the fortification systems. There's correspondence with the king that this should be done very quickly. So this engineer in the Swedish sources is referred to as Johannes Berselisi, but one of our Polish colleagues identified him as an engineer who has later worked in Danzig, Giovan Battista Barzellese, and he is from Ancona in Italy. Whether this is the case or the fact, we don't have very many sources, but we do know that he did have a major career in Sweden, and the same was the equivalent of Erik Dahlberg here in Estonia, but in Sweden it was Barzellese who then was the one in charge of the construction of the bastions. The fortification of Narva, why the king was so interested in building all of this. It was a border castle. The king's initiative, if we think of Vyborg, Viipuri, Kalmar, then they were prioritized. So especially Italian architects were invited to build the fortifications in those towns as well. So we have something of a similar time period from Viipuri, Viborg and Kalmar. So these corner bastions, Kristerval, that has sort of round carillons. So Kristerval, the Kuningavall bastion, so this, the way they look now, is mostly after the siege of 1590, when the Russian forces tried to recapture Narva. We know from the descriptions of the siege that the bastions had not been completed yet. So Kristerval had a special function to support, protect the western gate of the castle. So the next part is the Vana Vall, the Vana old embankment next to the Viru gate. So another additional protective element was the roundel tower, which also added special protection. So here you can see the gate and the bridge in front. As this was work that was endorsed by the king, architects were foreign, there were proper plans. Unfortunately, we don't have the designs, the plans in a preserved form, but the Narva bastions, they represent very high level of the era. For example, when we look at Kristerval and the other corner bastions, those round corners, we have similar examples in Italy, especially in the Mediterranean area. So those round corners are quite rare. But in Venice, for example, in the state of Venice, the Republic of Venice, it was quite common. And when in the 1590s, Venetians started building a new castle, border castle Palmanova, which is known as an ideal town. You can see on this left-hand side photograph, similar bastions then were built. So the cannons are not in the casemates, they're open, but here in Northern Europe, for cannons, we have the casemates on the sides of the bastions. On the right-hand side, we have something similar from the era from the late 16th century, Bonauito Lorini publication. So some underground solutions of passages. Similar to Kristerval, there is a passage into the moat. As for Kristerval and what happened to it next, thanks to the fact that Kristerval was designed as a part of the Fortuna bastion, it was used the longest as a military defense structure of all the Narva old bastions. So a very characteristic part is the casemate, which consists of different rooms. So there were two cannons in one of those vaulted casemates in order to protect the gate and the front of the wall. According to Jaak Mäll, these were the types of cannons that could have been there. You can see that they had chambers, and these were types of cannons that you could activate very quickly. Yeah, so they're loaded from the back, and these were called sorties. So Kristerval from Tsarist drawings, the embrasures, the loopholes, or gun holes, and there were ventilation shafts in the ceilings of the vaults. So the way we restored it is maybe not 100% correct, that the ventilation shafts are right above the loopholes. So then there was the rampart, and then those cannon platforms. They were either made of wood, those platforms, or inside the rampart there were also supportive structures, either of stone or other material. But now I've already actually, used up my time. I'll give the floor to Villu Kadakas. So just very briefly, so on the left-hand side, you can see the casemate, the interior of it before the restoration works were started, but this photo shows the pillar and the vault being rebuilt in the 70s. You can see the cement. So on the right-hand side, we have the historical wall. the darker bit. And then this sortie, this exit, emergency exit, we also actually made a borehole there, but it filled with water very quickly, so unfortunately we couldn't exhibit it, and as we couldn't work out how to stop the water from gathering there, then we just didn't have enough finances for it. But this emergency exit sortie, its ceiling is in an excellent condition. So this early 16th century solution, we opened it from the top, this vault. No hydro isolation. The water dripped through, so it was in a really bad state. So the entire roof, so to say, of the casemate as well, you can see this 1970s covering, which wasn't any good. The middle plan, this is a georadar plan, which depicts the scarp wall interior support pillars of the bastion. So we also had made one excavation borehole there, and physically one of these is exposed and was already left exposed in the 70s. Then the rampart wall, well, this was renewed 100% in the Soviet times. Unfortunately, nothing left from previous historical periods. But where Ragnar said we have to dig, that's where we excavated, and we found foundations which probably are of those cannon platforms, because the wooden platforms, they were supported by limestone, lighter types of walls, or perhaps they supported the inside of the mound. So we found fragments of these limestone platforms. Well, how exactly they are linked to these cannon platforms, that's quite difficult to estimate. You see on the 1728 plan a wooden platform, but on the left-hand side plan it has a different shape, and this the bit that extends outwards, these were used to push the cannons up and down. So we don't have a clear understanding, but most likely those platforms that we found, no historical plans actually depict, because they were meant to be temporary. And now Aivo.
Ja siis Aivo.
Aivo, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I will talk about the restoration works and the problems we encountered. You have seen some of those photographs presented by the other speakers, but mostly it was moisture.
Nüüd on parem, jah?
Can you hear me better now?
Suured probleemid
So most of the issues had to do with moisture. Inside those casemates, the water dripped through. Well, moisture has those stalactites, as you know. You can see them, but we actually remove them. So the interior climate, you could really feel the humidity in there, and then you can see the green algae covering the walls. All the wood, everything that was stored in there had decayed. So the lime that holds together the stones started crumbling, So this was how it looked like when we started our work.
Ülevalpool nüüd platsidel.
So this is the top of the bastion, and there was no drainage, and the lack of drainage and hydro isolation meant that the water gathered in the passages. So you can see on this photograph, this is the western courtyard side, the northern part of the wall, where, you know, the grass that had been cut or soil that had crumbled, it had fallen to the side of the wall, and this again made the issue of moisture more serious. So this is from the courtyard side. So the lining of the outside wall basically started to crumble. So this was what we started supporting. So we can see that we had to dig and rebuild the wall, the foundation, so using limestone as much as necessary, wherever necessary. So this is the hydro isolation work. We placed special clay mats on top, built a drainage system underneath the wall, going southwards then. Obviously, we had to introduce, build pipes, and there are the pavings, cables, so all sorts of things that we renewed. And this is the way it looks like inside now. Well, what's the big deal with humidity and water dripping? Well, it's not going to, you know, ventilate itself. So if there is no hydro isolation protection, then it creates a problem, and you have to drain the water. So it's a totally different picture. This is a metal staircase, the architect's vision, cables, etc. So any wall you have, you know, what you think that, you know, you can't get too carried away. So as little as possible, we basically didn't, you know, ignore those Soviet parts as well, because that's also a sign of the times. So these are also some of the fragments that you see. And this was the result. So this is actually all from me. I had 7 minutes, and I was able to fill my 7 minutes. Thank you, Aivo, and perhaps you have questions to our speakers. One moment, please. I do have one question, and this has to do with the restoration. So the isolation, you said you used clay mats. So how has this worked out? It's worked out well. Well, that's quite good. You're lucky. The thing is, Tõnu, that these clay mats, you have to get the water away from it. So if the water gets in, it's got to do with the membranes. It's like, then it becomes like the bottom of a pool. But from this clay mat, the water gets drained away. Thank you. A round of applause, please.
And now we have come to the last presentation of our today's conference. And Ragnar and Villu are going to speak about the research conducted on the Gloria Bastion. Yes, a couple of words about the research on Gloria Bastion. It was also mentioned in the morning. So it is most probably the next building project, because Narva Museum and the Art Museum in that neighborhood. They're interested. And Jüri also mentioned what sort of methodology was used in the research. We are going to focus on the archaeological research side and about the bastion's historical analysis. When we conducted our archaeological research, we tried to connect the available data that was historical, the documentation, as much as we have that, in order to make sure the right dating and the heights and the depth of the walls, and also on the bastion, what have been the levels of soil or earth in the course of time. And let's start with the historical survey. And then Villu will add some information from the architectural fieldwork or the surfing and the results. The bigger bastions in Narva, built at the end of the 17th century, are the ones which the general public thinks about when we use the term Narva bastions. And the basis for them, they are from Erik Dahlberg's work. He was responsible for fortifying the town of Narva, but also expanding the city itself. And these plans come from 1681 to 1686, until to the approval of these by Charles XI, the Swedish king, in 1703. And Erik Dahlberg also visited personally Narva at the beginning of this work. It was in 1681, and he stayed here for a couple of weeks. It was a longer trip, started from Finland, covering also Ingermanland, and ended in Narva. And that's where he stayed the longest. So that's why we have also a very thorough documentation of the work done at that time here in Narva. All those measurings and the compilation of a new project. Speaking about Gloria Bastion, it is the last of the bastions that were completed during the Swedish period, together with the escapement walls. So the construction started from the river side and moving on to Honor Bastion, and also Gloria, more or less, was completed. That was more to the northwestern corner. And what's interesting, they made use of the higher landscape opposite the castle. So, because there was also a possibility that Narva would be attacked from the other side. And they made use of the higher places in landscape to place their bastions on it. So Gloria Bastion itself is almost like hewed into the embankment, limestone embankment. And a couple of words about those building peculiarities. That's something we have learned from the documentation. It's quite interesting if we take into consideration the present state of the bastion. It is possible to explain why, in the case of some bastions, the situation or state of survival is that bad, and in other cases it's much better. So in 1687 to 1704, earthenwork was started. And in front of those mounds, a wall was built starting from the riverside, and that's the side of the King's Gate. And with the construction, they moved towards the castle. And the scarp wall, it comes from 1692 to 1698. And what's the difference compared to the earlier Victoria and the honorary bastions? They have two-level galleries with loopholes. And in Gloria, it was only one level. But this floor was not on the ground or the lower part of the wall, but it was inside about 1/3 of the height, which means that the wall continues under the gallery for a couple of meters. And here you can also see quite well how the Swedes were thinking. It's quite an interesting solution. Why Narva has got galleries like that, and how did it function? The Swedes were planning a two-level moat with two scape walls, and that would have allowed to stop the enemy even after they had managed to get over the first level. It would still be possible to stop them. What else appears from looking at those drawings, especially if you look from the side of the castle, from the right side? That side was done in a very correct way. We have the contraforces, and the wall was built in front of the natural limestone embankment. On the left side, this is the lower cross-section you see, where the limestone embankment was higher. It was like a buffer between the embankment and the wall. And it was a very bold decision. The wall was leaning on the natural embankment and even a little bit underneath it. And that's where we nowadays have the biggest problems of falling stones. This type of a bastion is relatively rare. Here in Estonia, we may get the idea that that's the most usual approach because these are the only ones which have survived, both in Narva but also in Tallinn. Later, also Tartu bastion was built in the same way during Tsarist period. But in the context of Europe, it's a very rare solution where on the sides of the bastion you have double flanks. It's not that rare, but you can't see very often that these flanks are somehow hidden or covered with soil or earth. This is one of the 17th century bastion fortification that was dominating in the Netherlands, 1650s, 1680s. It was usual, but later it was developed further. So initially it was a very simple solution. And the treaty speaking about building fortifications, for example, the general engineer of the Bavaria princedom, they speak about it as one of the simplest solutions that you could use when you don't have very many resources or you don't have much space. But in the Swedish kingdom, that idea, well, the idea was a little bit different because here they planned huge bastions because the castles were also very big. And I think that the reason why it was like that, the Swedes, especially in the beginning of 1680s, especially during Erik Dahlberg and Charles XII, under their leadership, they started to build very strong border fortifications. It stretched to the borders with Germany, but also South Sweden. And considering the big distances in the Kingdom of Sweden, it was clear that it wasn't very easy to relocate the armies. And that's why during Charles XI, it was decided that all those border castles have to be able to survive and keep the enemy away as long as possible on their own without additional help coming. And that's why the bastions are considerably bigger compared to other places in Europe. And what was the problem with such bastions in the 17th century, for example, the Kristervall? They were small. And which means that if the ones sieging the castle, they had also a lot of backup forces coming, it was very easy to conquer these places. But the bigger the bastions protecting the castle, the bigger the chance that you could last longer. In few cases, practically nothing has survived in Germany, but one of the few that has survived, I've been to that one myself, that's in Bavaria. It's the Rosenberg in Kronach. And that's the town, Kronach. And they are very proud of the fact that the famous artist Kranach is from that town. And that's one of the very few examples of bastions like that in Europe. It's a mountainous area. During the Russian period, not much is going on. They perhaps tidy up a little bit with the walls, and the warehouse was built in the middle of the bastion courtyard. And at that time, a similar one was also built in Ivangorod Castle, in the yard there. This photo shows you the situation before the Second World War. But now speaking about the archaeological preliminary studies, I was employed as a consultant. And speaking about the geology, some words have been said already, but I wanted to say that it was a continuation of an earlier, very good research. It was done by Alexander Nikityuk, who studied the Gloria Honore gallery, bastion galleries. And in the course of that research, we focused more on the outside of the bastions. What's also important, as I mentioned, as a result of the analysis of historical plans, it was possible to put right the positions of things on top of the bastion, the walls. Here you see also the rampart, and you can see those lower walls on top of the Gloria Bastion. You can't see them now, but there were also platforms for cannons, partly wooden, but part of them were made from stone. And with red color, I have marked those 9 places where we took chefs, and the galleries with 2 stairways or staircases, and on the right-hand side, this stairway has been visible always and also accessible. On the left-hand side, you can't see it because it is it was under the hostel, which by now is probably taken down. And as I said, the ramparts, the constructions, we learned more about them. Something that we also managed to make with the help of the sheaves taken, we could place the correct height of those historical walls. We got this cross section from the left flank to the right. And you see that the bastion itself is not quite horizontal, but the side which is in front of the natural embankment, it's a bit lower. And though with the bastion they have managed to level the original difference in heights in the landscape, because if you have a horizontal line, then it's easier to protect the bastion. With blue, you can see the stone structures, and green, that's the present situation. And some parts are still under the ground and not visible. But on top of the bastion, well, in the course of time, it has also become more flat compared to the historical situation. And on the right-hand side, you see the comparison with historical drawings, which part of the bastion was lower and what was the profile of the walls. And when we speak about the scarp walls, we need to speak both about the wall and the casemates. So we have to take both into use. If we look at the wall, we need to see how wide it is. And now I'd like to give the floor to Villu, who will speak about the results of the archaeological research. One of the most important sheaves or boreholes that was done on the outside side of the moat in order to find out what was the state of the wall under the ground, and also to find out whether there would be something from the original wall, the hand-masoned stones. And, well, the upper part of the bastion, that's very fallen down. And we found out that in the lower part, where that's below the freezing level, the wall had survived pretty well, and it is supported on the limestone embankment or plateau. I didn't find it, but according to the project drawing, there had to be also drainage canals or ventilation canals from the 18th century. And that must have been a very important solution because that was also a possibility to get rid of all the water in the gallery. But what we didn't find was those canals. At least in those places we made our boreholes and we expected to be them there. Perhaps we should have opened this a bit more, at least one or perhaps two, but we didn't find them. What was the reason? Difficult to say. I think that one of the explanations could be that this masonry we see here on this picture is not the original one. Perhaps the original one was so worn down that during the Tsarist period it was replaced already with new masonry. And together with that, also the openings of those ventilation loops or canals were covered. And it's pretty possible that this is a later lining. And we also found two wall anchors, whether they were now from the original wall or not, we couldn't say. But anyway, we didn't find out the final truth. But at least we know now where are the original edges, and when one starts to renovate them, from which level it should be done. Another borehole that's on the left flank under the platform, Ragnar mentioned it before, just right the historical drawings showed. So the wall was made so that it was slanting on the natural limestone plateau. And in the beginning, under all that bush, it was impossible that it would be there. But it appeared that, yes, there was this natural glint there, and then a very abrupt drop. And along this glint, the surface water was dripping down between the wall and the glint, and it was very damaging, especially in the winter period when there are -degrees and the water freezes. Then this is what starts this breaking of limestone. Yeah, and what to do in this case, it's not up to me to say. Now these stairways, the left flank stairway, we don't know when it was closed. We know that under the corner of the hostel, we managed to dig out a little bit of that original staircase. The vault was broken. So if we look at the 18th century drawing, this is probably this place where we made our borehole, or this shelf. And there is about 5, 6, 7 meters to go to the original entrance. So approximately that's where it was located. But in principle, the situation is that it would be possible to make a new entrance there, and then the gallery could be used for sightseeing tours, for example. But the precondition, like all museums know, is that you have to enter it from one door and you have to get out from the other side. And a few pictures also from the inside. Here on the right, you see how well the steps have survived. And on the right flank, that's the stairway has always been visually opened, but we managed to specify what the entrance structure was like, the architecture of it. And the Swedish period, it was a bit smaller then, so the facade was probably along this line I'm pointing out, and probably also several meters deeper. But later it was raised, the surface was raised on top of the bastion flank about 1.5 meters. And it was necessary to add about 10 more steps then. And connection with that, also a new facade built to the staircase 4 meters further. What the staircase structure looked like exactly, we don't have any better information, but what we managed to find, it was a piece of an edge which had fallen down, and probably it was the parapet of the original gateway. And Ragnar believed that it was probably from the Swedish period gate structure. Here a couple of pictures what this new wall looked during the original Swedish period. On the other side, it's the opposing side. So on the left, that's the Swedish period. You see it goes deeper into the ground, and later during the Tsarist period, it was made higher but also wider. So it acquired a little bit different shape. And these shelves, which were on the fortification surface, showed us that these come from the Tsarist period, and probably in the very beginning there was no paving, but it was just a tramped, thick surface there. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to use as a rampart. Here's the cross-section. A platform with the loopholes, and underneath a cross-section of the support wall on the inside of the mold. The depth of it is less than a meter, and probably not much left from these structures because, the weight of the upper layer of the surface and also the park that was started up there later, and the support walls of the walls at the top of the bastion, or the tip of the bastion, the corner, we managed to find two remnants of walls, but unfortunately the tip is not there anymore. But what was interesting was that they were different. One of them was much thinner, the other was thicker. One was considering with the height of the landscape, and the other side was considering the actual situation or the height of the landscape. But we also believe that these walls come from different periods. From the end of the bastion period. And now the ramparts, whether this is intentional, that one of the walls is different, or was it just left unfinished, it's very difficult to say. But we see that one of the walls that is totally inside the earth, but the right side wall that is considering a much lower surface of the level. And they don't touch each other, so it's difficult to say whether they are built together at the same time. But then again, looking from older plans, we see that also on the drawing that the left side wall is much thicker compared to the right side. And it's not symmetrical. Usually there was a lot more symmetry. This one is most probably a cannon platform or a support wall of the platform on the right flank. This is the cross-section of the same flank. The platform, wooded. Find a thin stone wall, and we are looking at it from the side of the platform. And on the other side, that's more towards this original limestone. The green color shows us the historical platform. So that was the photo I was showing you. And bit by bit, we managed to collect quite a lot of material So that means that if anybody has time or will to turn time back on top of the bastion and to restore at least some fragments of it to show people what it used to be like, well, we have some material to rely on. And by way of summary, we can say that it is one of the best surviving bastions, regardless of the looks it has now. But we have initial data about the original stairways, but also the scarp walls for future renovation. And it is clear that with some research work, it would be possible also to find more information in future work for designing. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have questions? If not, let's thank the speakers with an applause. And I would say that all the presentations, they were very full of information, very informative, and I remember well, all those bastions, they looked so secret, but now it's much more clear. For the closing words, I give the floor to Maria. Dear participants of the conference, both speakers and listeners, moderator, and the technical staff. Thank you all. And we are going to have a press conference where we expect our journalists and all conference participants are also invited to our festive fourchette reception. But as we all know, most of the questions and answers are given informally during those occasions when we have breaks. And I call upon all of you to participate also in the tour we are going to have after the reception. Indeed, thank you. Thank you to everybody, guests, organizers. And when you are communicating with each other, you can specify more about what you heard about this project. We also thank our audience who were not here present physically. And let's all make an applause to everybody. And as Maria said, yes,